And we return to Minecraft 1.19.2, featuring Tinker's Construct, Crossroads, Roots Classic, and a few others. Now, the reason I haven't done pause just yet is because I've only just loaded the world, and that issue we saw yesterday with the LifeSpark capsule, one of the keystones of the witchcraft path being uncraftable, I reported it to the developer, and that report ticket was immediately closed with a "not gonna fix it," because this is 1.19.2 Legacy, and the issue is fixed on 1.20, where I'm not. So what I have done instead is I reached into my old mod folders, my older mod configurations, for a setup from when this version of Crossroads was current. The last time I bug reported for him, back in 2003 or so. And I switched out my version of Crossroads, which is currently broken, with a previous version that was developed specifically for me. It's a unique patch version to fix a different issue that I was having at the time. So, that patch version had a few weird issues of its own, but nothing catastrophic. So just be aware, we are currently kind of off the rails. But the important thing here is to see if that fixes the LifeSpark recipe. And the answer is no. Well, I don't know what to say at this point. I switched out the mod file. This recipe was correct in the version of the mod that I used previously. Well, there is another thought, and it's going to be terrible. Let's take just a second. Yeah, let's go ahead and set it easy. Survival cheats. It's possible that our world generated with all these recipes through some, I don't know, data pack method, and a new world might fix the issue. The obvious problem with that is that we lose all of our progress. But I see no alternative. Now here, atop this freshly generated jungle, ironically, a freshly generated jungle just like this one is also where I beta tested fixes in the patched version last time. And the LifeSpark is still broken. Okay. Well, that experiment has failed. You may have seen it here first. Crossroads is simply broken on Minecraft 1.19.2 Legacy, and the developer is not interested in rectifying it. With the entire witchcraft cloning path closed, there is now no point to the witchcraft path at all. I mean, sure, we could mess around with buffs, debuffs, and potion effects, but they're all temporary. My favorite part of this path was being able to create, brainless Endermen that infinitely respawn and always drop pearls. It made some of the more difficult and annoying resources to collect simple. Which means there's no more use for medicinal mushrooms, because I can't make potions of sedation out of them. Well, I can, but they don't do anything for me. There is therefore no point to the soul sand, to the bubble column. There's no point to going down and making a zoo or a mushroom farm. And I don't even see a point to making an icebox for ice for the Weezwort. There's just no reason to go forward with witchcraft. Another thing the developers said when closing the ticket is that this issue of the broken item should not be affecting any other recipes. But that too is untrue, because it also affects the atmospheric attenuator. It's the exact same issue, empty tag Atmos antenna. So, nothing quite like being that wrong, I guess. And it's just an empty tag, which we knew. Other recipes that use this, well, that doesn't count. That we know that's broken. That's flagged as a WIP. That's it, though. Life Spark Capsule and Atmospheric Attenuator. These are supposed to be lightning rods, but aren't. And I don't know how to fix that. I mean, if I could open up the source code, I suppose I could find it given time. But I don't know how to get a jar to its source code state. And then I don't know how to recompile it back to a jar again. I do know code. I've just never worked with Minecraft mods before. So the bottom line is, this entire setup is now useless. There's nothing I can do with any of it. And that is unlikely to change. So what other mischief can I break? There are 2 other paths to be explored, with this one functionally closed. I mean, again, it technically really isn't, but I only went into it for the cloning part. Without the Life Spark Capsule, that's not happening. Actually, there is a bypass, and I'm just too stupid to see it. Game mode creative. I'll just give myself one. It's cheap. I could legally make it if it worked. There we go. Brief jaunts into creative are acceptable when dealing with shit that's just broke. Alright then. We have sidestepped the issue. Inelegantly, but necessarily. Now the LifeSpark capsule itself is what I cut this little trough for. It's going to go here with a lightning rod extension. Doesn't absorb lightning itself, needs a lightning rod. That's fine. And then a lightning rod here. And the only reason I'm using the extension is because the book stated that it needed to strike a lightning rod extension to work. I also don't know why that says dynamo. This is definitely not a dynamo. Anyway. Carrying on as though the issues never happened, because we've invalidated them. Aw, some of the cactus falls outside the collection range. But wasn't there a way to increase the collection range? Spawner upgrades. Absorption radius upgrade. I mean, that's it. One of those and we're set. Do I have that many pearls? Because that is 3 pearls, a hopper, 2 obsidian. Yeah, I've got them. Oh yeah. Would it help if I actually made the hopper? There. Now it should encompass the entire farm. Which I know I've already said once. I also need to bring it down so it doesn't include my little machine there. Good. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm not getting very far with the drop shoot unless I get some kelp. or some way to turn flowing water into full water. I don't know if dripstone can do that. Does it? I put that water there, and then point dripstone bottom. Okay, no, it's blotting out the water. It does not turn flowing to source. Ladders don't either. Now I can't pick them up because any movement on the ladder becomes trying to go up the ladder. Weird. Anyway, dripstone doesn't work. I guess I am shelving all this again. But this time with hope. It's time to go find some kelp in an ocean. Like, right over there, I guess. Those green dots could be it. Boat time. Right after this lapse of consciousness. So lots of seaweed out here. Aha, these can only be kelp strands. And I hit a fish. Well, that's something you'd never say in previous versions. And if it happened in previous versions, my boat would explode. Now I can't magnet any of these because the magnet only triggers on my iron handle here after I break a block with it. Or I guess attack something with it. There we go. I can hit my boat and briefly get the magnet effect. Exploits. It's a clever tactic, but not one with a very large radius. Now with kelp firmly in hand, we can do our thing. I do need more than the one water bucket, though. But that's an issue I plan to solve a little later. I don't know how deep I need to go here. I just want to be far enough down that whatever creatures I put down here won't be incessantly, insufferably noisy. We are very much making what is effectively an oubliette. I'd be a fool to pass up this free copper. Does this look far enough to be out of earshot? Surely it is. Okay, so we have our drop shaft on the right. Begin cutting the room this way. That, I think, one of these can be stairs. Drop down, splash into this single block of water, and get washed into, ideally, a staircase. I don't like the water flowing noise either, but we'll deal, because there's going to be a lot more noise down here. And the block of soul sand for the return trip will be right here. Actually, I can put that one lower down so I don't have to walk on it. If it goes there, well, then the water also falls straight down and doesn't spew outward. I'm still going to need signs here to hold the water back. Something minor I forgot. And back up we go. This is, in fact, the entire reason the passage was cut 3 blocks wide. Oh, while I have a free bucket, there. Now for the challenging part, not drowning. Also, the signs that I immediately forgot again. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Not drowning, not an issue. Normally I make these much, much taller. My 3 signs, of which I only need 2. I only need 1 staircase immediately, but let's face it, I need a whole lot more in the nether. Sign 1, sign 2. I don't remember that being 3 blocks up, but okay, I guess. I guess I'll go take that third. I burned the 3rd sign. It's gone. Okay, sign 3. There's the stairs. So this current pushes me gently onto the stairs. And there we have it. Up and down. Ingress and egress. Don't have a spare door. This is actually an occasion where I might want some acacia. Because the acacia door, with its bar-like structure, kind of fits here. Could do skyroot instead. Do I still have enough skyroot? Yep. Just doing a little bit of decorating. Okay, so to start, this will be where I grow my mushrooms. And unlike most grow rooms, it's supposed to be dark. I just have a bunch of unwanted lights streaming in straight through the doors, because doors are considered transparent. I don't know. It's probably in the book. Does it need dirt, or can it spread on stone? I don't know. Does it need complete mobs can spawn here darkness? Or is this middling darkness good enough? Because I can push further back. I can make this darker. If we're going this deep into the dark, I might need more lights. But that's that. This will be the size of the room. It's going to need a lever. Whoops. Should have seen that coming. Oh, we already have some mushroom spread. That's good. That should continue exponentially. Huh. That's not how that's supposed to work. That's because I'm off target. The lever is actually here. Alright, now we have a toggleable redstone line on the ceiling. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. I must have miscounted. One more, I guess. There it is. This light is imperfect and needs to be brought back a step. Another one here. Another one here. And another one here. And that's not enough. Well, let's experiment with the distance. do is drill this way, activate this light, and then have a look at what it does to darkness markers. And this is exactly what I don't want. Single blocks where it's still too dark. That solves it. One, two, three, four. And I need a fifth right here. Which the redstone just barely cannot reach. So I need one more redstone lamp and a repeater. It would be amusingly dramatic if I made 4 repeaters. Might actually do that now. What's it cost? Stone? Well, and redstone. Some other goodies for later. What do I do with all this kelp now? Should not have put away all that cobble. the drama. Now up here needs lights, and it also needs to be bricked off. And there we go. One toggleable dark room with a delayed sequence of drama queen lights. And even with the lights on, these mushrooms are still mushrooming. I was told they needed darkness. That's what the book said. Oh well. We'll give them darkness anyway. The only issue is this could become a mob spawning room. Not really much I can do about that. Next big thing. We have these nice squishy sounding doors. Let's be honest, that's not nice at all. This room will need to be a bit better lit. I'm not really sure how big it needs to be. I'm just kind of guessing here. It does need to be better lit. Last time I did this, I used biomancy. That weird flesh block mod that I was experimenting in one of the past Man and Artifice playthroughs. Cool mod, flavorful, not exactly useful for a lot of things. It's big on flavor, limited on utility. But I repeat myself. Okay, I'm gonna call a cell 3 blocks wide. There we go. Ugly, cramped, a probable war crime. Perfect. It's like Terraria housing. That's enough for 2 mobs. Oop. There was some ore in there, so I accidentally just hammered some iron. Let's put some cells on this side too. Basically the same arrangement. Hey, Cheech. Welcome in. I am making a horrible mob jail for nefarious purposes, like everything else I do. Well, nothing is especially new yet. Tried to fix a major issue. Ended up having to cheat myself in an item because the crafting recipe is broken. There we go. This looks sufficiently bleak. I just need 6 fence gates, and I can get started on trying to populate it. Does it matter what kind of wood I use for the fence gate? Not really. Yep, mushroom room is almost fully populated. We've only been at this for a few minutes. Well, I'll just grab a selection. It's also growing on the stone. I didn't have to use dirt at all. These mushrooms make dirt. I don't know why I want to do that. Brew into potions of neutralization, which are basically bottles of milk. Smelt into mutagen, or mill into powder. Mutagen incubates into plasmids. Let's not worry about that. The powder brews into potions of sedation. This stuff is frightening. It also makes potions of nausea, apparently, and blindness, if we start off the potion differently. I need a water source over here. I can't keep going outside every time I need to fill potion bottles. Combustible cactus. So as I closed out with yesterday, once we finish analyzing all of the colors of Crossroads lasers and what they do, including the very difficult to achieve enchantment, which is a very specific color, and the even more difficult to achieve time, which is this little sliver of very specific orange. Once we understand the entire color wheel, we can open up the 3 branches of truly mad science. One of which is witchcraft, which allows us to do more genetic engineering. It's worse than bees. I need this syringe, which is just copper and glass. Kind of surprised it isn't made of bronze. This thing is just a tool. I only need one. The blood pouches, on the other hand. Glass, paper, string. We'll need a few of these, and they don't stack. They have to be made specifically in the detailed crafter with the witchcraft path unlocked. And yeah, they don't stack. This gets irritating. Three splash potions of sedation. I don't know where to store this kelp. Logically, it would go in here, but I simply have too much. I could burn some of it, but what good would that do? I guess I'm composting the spares. And I still need to make ice, which means I need snow. We have no snow. I'm just going to make the ice out here. So, cooling chamber, icebox, low tolerance heat cables, but they have a minimal loss rate. And then our fluid cooler gets some buckets of water. It refuses to cool them into ice as yet. Wait a minute. I'm stupid. Can I have that water back? Apparently not. Oh well. We'll deal. What I was supposed to do was use this distilled water, which would get me straight to packed ice. Next target, snow. There is no snow anywhere on my known map. Well, that's never happened before. snowy taiga, 3 kilometers away. Snowy plains, 3 kilometers. Beach, still closer, still 3 kilometers. Slopes, 1580. Now we're talking. Make some more of this so I don't run out. Alright, Captain. We have a heading. This is slower than walking. Okay. We're going to turn this tub around. The ability to go up and down does not justify going this slowly. Never mind. Shut up. Shut off. You're a colossal disappointment. We have snow to collect. It's a good thought. Alright, Bone Horsey. Let's go. So how long until I hit water and Bone Horse becomes invalid? That didn't take long. How do you heal this thing? Does it have to be with potions of harming? Because I'm about to run out of Bone Horse already. They're apparently very fragile. halfway, I think. Just sprinted over a chasm. We have a lot of water here. He's a submarine. I don't think I knew about this village. Oh, I should be going that way now. Just need to finagle the way. We're close. The alleged snowy slopes are close. That looks pretty snowy. Now I get Pneumatic. This has shovel capability. I don't need a huge amount of snow. Just enough to run my icebox until I have ice, and then the reaction should be self-sustaining. Fortunately, we are clear to return. And Bone Horse is very slowly healing on his own. Bone Horse. Behorse. Boris. Our Bone Horse is now Boris. We can just add that terrible derivation to his existential crisis. Well, we're diving now. So I never knew this about bone horses, or undead horses, that they don't just dismount you when they go underwater. It does still stop dead and rear up completely at random. Oh, that's not good. We have fallen into a watery crevasse. Yeah, I don't know why horses just kind of stop sometimes and decide to do that rearing up thing. No, there's a ruined portal over here. Probably nothing of value. I don't think my mod set particularly cares about crying obsidian. I could grab a bit of gold. What's in here? A clock. More flint and brick. I have like 3 of those. Do we care about crying obsidian? It makes permeable and respawn anchors. But I don't know if that needs crying specifically or if I can do that with regular as well. So the question remains unanswered. Wow. I'm in a flower forest. And I have all of these tulips and assorted things. But I still don't see allium, the one flower that I need to figure out that Bobo craft. Allium must be native to a different biome. I thought I could find it here. Nope, wait, this is it. Allium acquired. Now when we get home, we can do the very first Bobo thing that the book described. And figure out what the heck is going on with that. Crossroads. 1 part technology, 1 part magic, 1 part the madness of Bobo. The original Potato Mage. other thing I would need to make the ice reaction self-sustaining is a way to infinitely pump water. And powering a pump on its own constantly might need another windmill with circuits or a heat loop. I don't know. It was very quick and effective. Got some webs, got a head, fire charges for some reason, golden helmet, which I can strip of its enchantments. I need to move this thing. It needs to go somewhere where I actually get the XP for breaking stuff down. Because hiding in that wall ain't doing it. And stonecutter back here. Alright, distilled water tank. Distilled water, pump in here as soon as you can. And now we snow. That just instantly made 4 ice. Immediately, no question. Zoom! Enjoy the ice. Yeah, there are upgrades for the blimp, but they are slow. Or they are expensive, I should say. That is a V's-Craft machine. And the upgrades are diamond, Eye of Ender, diamond, and a whole bunch of Zeganite redstone junk. Machine parts, basically. The good news is I have infinite redstone, technically. Let's see. First upgrade is diamond, Eye of Ender, diamond. And 4 adaptives, which means 8 logic circuits. The next level above that, Hearts of the Sea. Yeah, right. Maybe if I was playing occultism, I could farm them. Six of these squares. 4 to do this with and make the upgraded circuits. And then it's diamond, diamond, Eye of Ender. 25% faster. And this goes... I don't think that's where it goes. It goes there. Yep, lights up the first set of tubes. I still don't know what the heck machine auto run means. Because it surely doesn't mean turns on and off automatically when you sit in it. This is now as fast as walking, roughly. And its turn speed is still pretty poor. So this will need more levels of upgrade before it's worth it. And I wanted to make another one of these in the Nether for my Nether road. Imagine the expense. Anyway, milk that gold. And I have a clock. Clock makes a personal time rewinder, but that requires a different path. It does something ritual-wise, it melts into gold, and it melts into gold. Clock, not impressive. The most important thing right now is that I got some packed ice. Packed ice combines with a seed and 4 beef for some reason to make something called wheezewort. Oh, pork, not beef. Wheezewort is a truly fascinating plant. It can cool things to practically absolute zero. Just basically because it feels like it. I need a bucket of water and farmland to put it on. And I will also need a heat reservoir for it to cool. And without a heat reservoir specifically, some of the cooling is wasted. What was I doing with this? Witchcraft things. I'm going to need to make a blood centrifuge. Which means a few things. The incubator, and a heat system that is extremely controllable. And that's something I don't have right now. This one is only barely controlled. I mean, that's it for the heat chapter. Firebox, solar heater, the things we did for heat loops, heat sink. This is going to need circuits. I actually don't think I need the Weezwort yet. Though I could maybe use it to chill a Sterling. That would be a crazy amount of rotation speed, potentially. How do I very specifically govern a rotary system? Special master axes. I know there's a redstone master axis, which can be used to... There's a redstone something. Crystal master axis. It accepts beams, it adds a special rule. Stability makes no energy loss. Energy adds speed in whichever direction it's currently moving. Charge adds energy in the positive direction. Force reduces the change. Okay, so it makes machines consume less, but also makes producers produce less. I hate it. It just multiplies the inertia in the system. Nothing in here is terribly helpful. What am I missing? Redstone master axis. Hold speed steady at the incoming redstone signal. This is what I want. That's why. It's specific to a different path. So, in a multiplayer server, where I'm only allowed one path at a time, Witchcraft expects me to supply rotary speed to the blood centrifuge that gradually increases along at a specific rate, without a way to easily govern that. We can read the target speed, but there's nothing I can do with that, except maybe toggle its connection to another gear system. I think that's the secret. Unfortunately, it would crash the speed of the existing gear system just by connecting. Because an entire rotary system all spins at the same rate. So the only way to feasibly do this is to either bleed some power off of this and use large gears specifically to slow it down to the point I need it, or make a whole new system. Where can I get rotary power easily? I could hand crank it. That's not going to work though. The hand crank isn't going to get to the speed I need. I think we're looking at Stirling or a steam setup. But a steam setup will require heat input. I'm going to try to Stirling. It very specifically states that it has no minimum temperature. So that means our Wheezewort, with its ridiculous cooling rate, could be silly. Axles, tin, iron, copper. I don't have a Stirling made already. No, of course not. But I am going to need axles, gears, more gears. Heat cables with a low loss rate. Because we're transmitting cold, not heat. Anything else? Iron axes, a little tin, a master axis will be required. So there's the Stirling power input. This requires a master axis, which is made of stone. And now I just need somewhere to cram this all. Uh-oh. The mushrooms are doing things that I was expressly told they wouldn't. They are not supposed to grow in the light. But here we are, completely overrun with mushrooms. going to need a storage drawer. Not a double, probably. Also, these flowers have to go somewhere. I don't need lily pads, right? No, they make lily candles. If I need them for anything else, I know where to find some. Alright, mushrooms in the mushroom chamber. Monster cells. Then this will have to be the lab. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can start cutting and expanding here. So I need to make a rotary system. That begins with water. I thought I messed up my filler there. Dirt, till, Weeswort. The second growth stage is 2 blocks tall and active, shoots cold above the block directly above. Okay. So it's 2 blocks tall. And my heat reservoir in the 3rd block. Creates power from temperature differences. Have a heat cable. You will be transmitting cold as soon as that's valid. And once there is some cold, we'll begin spinning the gear. once I have a master axis to make spinning at all possible, technically I can put the master axis right there, where it arguably connects to the large copper. I'm going to want to make the blood centrifuge, because that's what this is all for. It's made from a water centrifuge. We have things to do. And I think it's going to need my omnimeter. You are made from this, are made from that, which is more iron axes. I can also just kind of grab this for the heck of it. Need tin. Bronze and fluid tubes. That's the water centrifuge. And the next step is 3 planks, 2 glass, and I should have everything else. There. That's the target machine. I just hope the Wheezewort can make this system spin. Good news is the system can spin. It's very slowly and heavily. Need speeds up to 10. I still don't know what to do about target speed, other than just ignore it. So there's our centrifuge, cranked into a very simplified system. Huh. My netherrack storage must be full. I'll have to make an upgrade for that. I will also need... So the blood centrifuge makes centrifuged pouches. Centrifuged pouches go in the life spark capsule. The life spark capsule produces an embryo. I can then duplicate the embryo with the nutrition vat. if I have nutrient solution, which I don't, and it all ends in the incubator and eggs. And the incubator requires a very tightly regulated heat system. Basically. Witchcraft is just another name for herbalism anyway. Always has been. Now I need the incubator, a heat system, a heat sink, another heat reservoir to slow changes, ceramic cables, heat sink, copper ingot surrounded by iron bars. Legit. "16 bricks, copper, and some hay bales." I have 0 normal bricks. Make some bricks. And then 2 hay bales. And enough wheat to make the 3rd. Might need some redstone for all this. I don't need my shield at the moment, because I'm home. Just staying inside, messing around with the technology. There's my incubator. An egg farm would also be nice. I've got 20 eggs. It's a start. This thing still hasn't grown, so I still don't know what kind of effect it will have on the system. We have incubator, whose target heat is very arbitrary. I don't have a way to input heat. I was supposed to make a firebox. I don't have to make a firebox. I have several. And one of these cables will have to be redstone. And oh yeah, my netherrack is full. One of these. A bunch of sticks. I have the sticks. I guess I'll just make it a gold upgrade. No reason not to. Boom. Now fit more of that netherrack in there. Okay, how is this going to play out? I need quartz. I can't turn plates into circuits without quartz. This would be so much easier if I was using occultism. I could just have the storage system on hand, in my pocket, access to everything I own. But if I had occultism, then I wouldn't be using crossroads for ore doubling and tripling. I'd just be using occultism. And it would defeat the entire point of showcasing crossroads. Alright, reader. Reads the required temperature. How do I read the current temperature? Heat cables, gets above, they can melt, ceramic and obsidian, oboe hint cable, redstone heat cables, circuits meet red. Okay, good. So this circuit isn't going to have to be witchcraft in and of itself. There's the reader, reading the current temperature. Or no, reading the required temperature. I'll also need to read the current temperature. Read an if circuit. If, yeah. If back is less than side. No, that's wrong. If if back is greater than side, if it needs more than it has. Then we activate the heat circuit. There's the wheeze board. Blasting down to negative a bunch. I don't think it's doing much. I think our big problem here is that our temperature equalizes from side to bottom and then doesn't get vented. So it just stops producing power pretty much immediately. So if I can... Wait. Where's my normal wrench? I can't increase the power of the heatsink without my normal wrench. Yeah. You can heatsink 25C a tick. There we go. Now we get temperature transfer. Now we are speeding up very rapidly. Very rapidly. This might work if the wheeze wart was in any way predictable. Because it just blasts this thing to practically absolute zero. And then the heat, the cold here is slowly bled out of the system by the Stirling, transferred to this heat cable, and the heatsink immediately vomits the cold out into nothing. So we have a permanent room temperature connection on the bottom. Ignore the fact that this says bottom temperature negative. And then the side temperature, which is this absolute zero plant. And now we are up to 6 rads a second stable. You know, that's a pretty good place for it. It is almost exactly where I want it. So the rotation system is solved. Unfortunately, now I need a second heatsink. So I wasn't expecting to use that one. My inventory is just full of crap right now. I'm not using these immediately. Pretty much everything else, though, I have it. Well, I don't need the hand crank anymore. The spin system no longer requires testing. Everything else, though, I'm using pretty much immediately. Alright, so we have if the current temperature is lower than the needed temperature, then we activate this heat cable, and this heat cable will have to connect to the fireboxes. Or rather, firebox. So there we go. If it needs more heat, connect it to the firebox. And we just throw fuel in the firebox, and we can heat the incubator as we need it to. There is, however, another side of things. What if the heat is too high? Well, I could just put this heatsink on top of it and have it passively lose heat constantly. So that way this will just toggle when it reaches roughly where it wants to be. I can also use a heat reservoir to slow it all down. But on which side? Do I even need the heat reservoir? I don't think so. Alright. So the only thing I'm missing right now is a formulation vat into a nutrition vat so I can get multiple clones at a time. I also need a formulation vat anyway, so I can brew soul sand into soul stuffs. So we're talking 2 formulation vats. Two formulation vats which will need a heat system that is also regulated. But regulated more specifically. Buy one of these. Temperature set in UI. Oh, and that's another... That's why I don't have them. Because that's from another path. Again. So in order to run the formulation vat, I'm doing another temperature circuit like this. And probably, well, this would be a good use for the heat reservoir. Formulation vat. A cauldron with some copper embellishments. Heat source. Another firebox. Fluid tubes, check. We'll definitely need more. Heat reservoir, heat cables. Not those. Those could melt. I'd rather they didn't, but they could. Don't need the granite. Might need the cobble. Don't need a heat sink. We'll need more tubes. We'll need tanks. We'll need a fluid cooling chamber. Although technically, nope, just the cooling chamber. More iron. I'll need tanks, preferably tanks I can move. Much like this one, actually. Maybe 2 more of them. The formulation vat does a few things. It makes fertilizer, it makes solescence, we need solescence. It makes nutrient, we need liquid fat as well. I'm going to have to get into the liquid fat system. That is a fat collector. Only works in a certain temperature range. Between 100 and 120, there is 80% efficiency. 160 to 180 is 100%. And above that, it goes down to 80%. And above even that, it just vaporizes it. What an awful mess of nonsense this is. Okay. Definitely gonna need some thinking caps here, because I have to regulate the temperature of 2 formulation vats. And not the cooling chamber. The fat thing, which I didn't even make. Fat collector. Oh, 120 efficiency. But from 140 to 160. I like it. Netherrack, that's a lot of tin, 1 copper. Why netherrack? That makes no sense. The fat collector will demand a hopper. And the fat collector has a heat connection on the bottom. I'm putting my fluid cooler right there. It's not doing anything, but that's where it goes, and that's how cold it's going to need to be. So we have a formulation vat. Uses heat, liquid input, liquid output. It doesn't specify which sides those connections are. So I'm going to have one vat here. And I'm kind of forced to assume that the fluid tube goes on top. It doesn't. It does. Wait, does it? It can. I don't like that clipping on top. That's ugly. I'm going to put this one block higher. I don't need to, but I'm going to. And this vat is going to be specialized. Its tubing will run straight around to the fluid cooling chamber. Because this is the one that's going to be making the soul stuff. Soul essence requires a water input. Where do I get tons of easy water? Well, with a rotary pump pulled off of this system right here, actually. Geez, this is getting complicated. This thing also needs fluid input for the water. And heat regulation from a firebox that I haven't even placed yet. If I put that there, this gets easier. Circuits measure the fullness of the item input. Well, I don't want that. What I want is a heat reservoir and a heat cable, along with the redstone heat cable. So I can read the system heat. Not a splice, a reader. And if the heat is I'm going to say greater than 98, we send no signal. I'm out of plates. This whole affair has been proving to be very expensive. Well, not expensive so much as tedious. I've been spending basically this entire session going back and forth to that downstairs area and building more stuff. Give me circuit plates. Those aren't circuit plates. Circuit plates are made with this. And I can't has them. My inventory is too full of junk. This is still blasting, keeping this cool and running. And now I need to get a less than on this, which can go pretty much anywhere on the loop. Constant. All right. That's all about back and side. Constant. If the back is less than the side, output 1. And the side is 98. I'm kind of giving up on the 98 degrees top tier thing. Actually, I could do 99. Have it kind of wiggle. This also won't be exact. And this thing is going to connect to a firebox circuit. But that's not all we're running off of the same firebox. There's also the small matter of the second formulation vat, which is basically mirroring this entire setup. Which is why I needed to make so many circuit blades. So the same thing. Feeder, splice, constant, 99, less than. The torch right in the same place for a good measure. I still need a way to get water in here. And I still need a regulated heat source for the fat collector. And access to the fat collector. This one firebox is expected to do a lot of work. I don't think it can, because it produces 10 heat a tick, and each vat consumes 8 heat a tick. And that's not even counting the loss from the heat cables. I might need a second firebox. Or some other form of heat source. I could always double or triple firebox. This is just a system. This is a system that doesn't have to run all the time. Fat collector. Where am I putting the heat circuits for the fat collector? could be heat. No, because it doesn't connect to all these. It can't be here. I need access to two sides of it. It could be here. No, it can't, because I need more room. Well, why go up when you can go down? The fat collector's heat goes where again? On the bottom. So I could just cozy it up right there. With its dedicated heat res, a redstone cable. No, it needs a regular cable first. Regular cable. Redstone cable. And I'm out of circuit plates again. Which I was expecting. That's my last redstone. I now have to make some more redstone. Right now, though, I think we are still okay on pretty much everything for now. Right, this fat collector needs a fluid tube because its product is going directly into this vat. I'll also need a large amount of salt to make this work. As for this part, we want that 120% for 140, but we don't want to get to 160. So it's just the same circuit that I've already built twice. with a splice and a reader. This doesn't quite work. I have to actually be able to connect it to the active heat cable, like so. As I was saying, ring. I'll even put this in the middle this time, because I could have the entire time. Constant, reader, splice, and we want as long as it's less than 150, send a signal. What we have here is positively hideous. I'm going to need additional firebox. Because this one firebox is not up to the task. A second one might be. And now I get to figure out if this horrible mess actually functions as needed. Oh yeah, we're not done yet. I still need to get a water pump on this thing by pulling off of this gear set somewhere. And I need this to output somewhere useful. This could also stand to have more tank on it. I think I can arrange that just by moving this. Now we can fit a tank and another tube. need a water cauldron and a rotary pump. I should have the means to connect it all. This rotary pump. As much of the constant back and forth has been irritating, I do enjoy being able to spend an entire session building. Alright, now how do I get to my gears over here? There we go. Cauldron, water, pump. There's the tubes. Couple of gears added to the system. And we just axle them together. And it's not working because the pump is apparently spinning backwards. That is a very annoying thing to have to care about. I can't have it on this gear. I can't put a gear here. So I guess I'm moving the pump arrangement back here. Alright, give me that water back. All this just to reverse the spin direction. Axle it all together. Put the gears back. Now it runs. That is full. Pump is full. It doesn't like having a little bit of gear speed added to it, but too bad. Now I can just get soul sand in here and heat into the system, and it'll run. I also need to get food into this side. Any food, really, I think. That collector uses, it won't tell me exactly what, but I'm pretty sure I can melt basically all food items, and a few non-food items. And this needs to output to the nutrition vat. Which I haven't even made yet. But that's what this arm of the whole thing is about. And the nutrient fluid output needs a tank. So that outputs over here to this tank. The tubing is of course backwards, but I want it to be. And this should now all run. All I have to do is get enough heat into the system. And all the other ingredients. And this Weezewort needs to keep going and not die. But I think everything else is now successfully built. Except, of course, for the nutrient vat itself. All this to get ready for cloning. But once I have all the infrastructure in place, we'll be able to do basically whatever we want. I don't even need that cable, as I found a better spot. I haven't placed this hopper yet. I don't think I need this tank after all. Okay, the vat. Tube, 4 bronze, a redstone lamp for some reason. 2 glass. Let's put the tube here. Make it more cramped. Why not? I shall just go ahead and put this on the ground. And our hopper, which goes there. Bingo. This vat could also use its own hopper. I think the soul sand doesn't produce very much. We're almost ready to fire up this whole system. I just need soul soil. and soul sand. Either will do. I don't have a whole lot of either. Could it be that we are going back to the Nether to harvest? I think so. In the interest of that, let's make a really big shovel. Excavator. 2 tough handles, 2 large plates. I don't really care about the stats, but there's always Skyroot and Bloodshroom. Queen Slime is good for tools. And 11 is more than 8. So I can go ahead and make a Queen Slime headed gigantic shovel. I haven't made one of these in a long time. One cobalt. I should have 4 ingots. Where'd the rest go? Oh, it merged with stuff in some of the magma to make more Queen Slime. I think. Just need a cobalt ingot to fix our silky. And are these done? These are done. I need more slime balls. What is the fastest way? Okay, congealed slime and slime blocks. By casting sky slime onto a congealed. By again casting sky slime. Alright, well, jumbo tank of sky slime. Get in there. You're not going to get in there manually. Okay. Have it your way. Wait, what did it merge with? A bucket should be a block's worth. Well, we have an even bucket amount in there, so I don't care. We are translating the sky slime out from liquid to solid form so I can use it for repairs. Oh, I didn't finish. So it's a bucket to make the block. Or something. Am I doing this at a loss? That's what's going on? Is that what's going on here? Because this says it's one bucket to make the congealed block. And then we hit it again. And it says it's also a bucket to upgrade it again. When that's not quite accurate. It is 4 slime balls, or 1 bucket, to get there. And then to step it up, it's another 5, or slightly more than 1 bucket. The math ain't mathin'. But the important thing is we've given our tools additional beef. Now, onward to a soul sand reaping spree. Flaming arrows everywhere. I'll just break out into the Soul Sand Valley at large and begin tearing. Go ahead, set me on fire. I can do worse, you know. You know, I should have put some redstone on this potion. Then again, 3 minutes is quite long enough. So the sedation potion shows that it applies a speed penalty and an attack speed penalty. This is not entirely accurate. That's what it does to players. If I throw it at this guy, I miss entirely. Also, it says 3 minutes, and it affected me for less than 3 seconds. What's going on? Numbers, why you lying? You there. Sedation. I have turned off his brain. This wither skeleton no longer has any AI. It can't react. It can't attack. I can punch it and it doesn't care. It's just been completely stupefied. I can't do it. I can't get the rebounder. My swing timing is always slightly off. Oh, jeez. Just leave me be to dig my little holes in peace. And now we just do-do. How are we on carbon? I could take a couple stacks of that. Got more skulls, skull bits, coal. Lots of the soul sandy stuff. Gold is starting to run a little thin, isn't it? I know I make a lot of golden hoppers, but surely we are not this low on gold. Our Weezewort is dead. That was expected. You get some soul sand and soul soil and everything else. Our Weezewort needs to be replanted. And preferably should be alive. I also need to get some food into this thing. And then we can kick this all on and see what can be done with, well, all of it. Let me get some salt. food. Technically this counts, I think. Got all this stuff to be cooked. And then promptly sacrificed. You know, if I use a steam setup for this, then I could cook the food and get salt at the same time. But I don't know where the heat would come from. There's also always the water centrifuge. Just click, 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 clicking away, constantly toggling the spin direction. I also have all this combustible cactus, which is hilarious stuff. It grows like cactus, and it burns twice as well as charcoal. So coal as a furnace fuel smelts 8 items. Combustible cactus smelts 16, and apparently mills into black dye. I didn't know that. I mean, black dye is not exactly a big deal, but I guess I have a source of it now? Fair enough. It's also my whole potato farm deal here. I can always put more baked potatoes into the fat thingy. But I think the baked potatoes are for me. Alright, you just continue to cook. I should have enough to get things kicked off. Our wheezewort is wheezin'. This is apparently formulating on its own at an impossible temperature. Works at 0.1 speed using no heat when at no heat. I give it to half speed if I could push it up to 75. So this just runs on its own. Neat. Fat collector. Have all the cooked crap. Though maybe not all of it just yet. I still need to make sure temperature regulates correctly. To that end, get cooking. This will be very slow due to all the heat reservoirs in place. which I think is why I have the other firebox. And you need salt. If I just didn't have any of these heat reservoirs, would this whole thing go faster? Because 3 heat reservoirs is a lot of regulation. Fat collector's at 200 and change. That's not ideal. It should not be that high. So this thing needs a reservoir. I don't know what's going on here with the heats and the regulations, but they are not heating and or regulating. Do I need more cables? Oh! My heat cables have melted. And so have the firebox. No, the fireboxes are still fine. The fireboxes are way up there at 9,000 and change. The fireboxes are way, way too hot. My ceramic cables are gone. And these are the cables with the highest heat tolerance. Yeah, these fireboxes have gone completely rogue and melted some of my circuitry. So one of the problems I'm having is that I'm reading this cable. So the cable flickers its connection, pushes a little heat through here. Now this cable is way too hot and not connected to anything. Which don't work. Also, one part of my circuit's freaking melted under the lava. So question, can I just read her an ordinary wire, or does it have to be? It has to be a redstone cable. So the issue is I need to be able to read a cable that's connected to the vats and things. But toggle a different one. Okay, how do I invert the cable? Because it says it's an inverted cable. So surely there's a way to reverse this whole process. And these cables here, in not even being connected to the fireboxes, are still too hot. The fireboxes are still melt your shit hot. Don't know what to do about that. We have had yet another runaway reaction. I can't just put that there. It needs a cable connection. And if I connect it with a cable, the cable will melt. So the semi-obvious thing to do is to modify all this just a bit. I'm going to have to go grab even more stuff. Quartz in particular. Or wire plates would help too. How do I get back to the front here, though? Have I locked myself in the back now? Apparently. I need a surface access that goes back here. Whoops! There goes the Weezabort. Which is solid, so I can't walk through it. Okay, more circuit plates, more quartz. And I need more redstone. Like, I have no more redstone. That's okay. The redstone part is easy to solve. I would like to be able to automate it, but that's not really a thing. Redstone manufacture will take us over to the beam lab. This small little laser loop that we dealt with mostly the other day. Here, we put charcoal. That should give us an energy type beam. It's a charge type beam. I think that's still the correct type of beam. And on this end, all the cobblestone you can eat. Creeper, you are welcome. It also looks like Endermen are coming dangerously close to placing a block in the way of my stored time beam here. I need to make sure that does not happen. I have no use for this time beam yet, but it's annoying to make and I don't want to have to remake it. This is set to 12. Does it need to be set to 12? Can I set it to 8? Did 8 work? 8 works. Every time this little beam loops around, I steal 8 power from it and make some more redstone. Let's make a big beam. Zone. Every one of these crystallized redstone blocks that these beams create is 4 redstone. I just have to put it in the mill. The mill. Kind of a shame I have to do it one at a time like this. could just try to go. But this is a waste of laser. It's at least faster though. What is a laser but a couple pieces of charcoal? Well, that's not more efficient, but it is more convenient. Charcoal is free anyway. So what's my real loss? I am willing to trade efficiency for ease here. I guess if this pickaxe were faster, then I could get more from the beam before it lost complete power. But that's going to do it. That is excellent. That gets us more redstone, more circuit plates, more regulation. And I can connect everything to an emergency heat sink, which will stop the runaway power problem. Now I have redstone like mad. These are still at kill everything heat levels. I'm going to have to break them and replace, because they don't maintain their heat once they've been picked up. Okay, one cable always on. Need to read the temperature of this cable, toggle the temperature of this one. And I don't have any quartz. Can't make circuits without quartz. I mean, everything about this system is a little hinky, I guess, whatever that means. But that's the point of the mod. You just get a bunch of chaotic pieces and you have to find a way to assemble a thing that stops being stupid. And the hard part about that is it's all stupid. On purpose. Okay. I've got to read this one, splice into this one. This is the one that cares about being over temperature. So I can kind of save space if I just do this. With back and side inputs. The temperature the formulation vat wants to be is 98. Constant 98. And we send a signal if .98 is greater than what we're reading here. Same thing here. They're a constant. You're a reader. You're a splice. You're a greater than. And you say 98. Fat collector wants to be 150, 155-ish. So we have the same basic setup down here. You're the greater than. Constant. Reader. Splice. About 155. So we now have stable cables that we can read from. And toggle cables that we can output to. And now we need a failsafe. So I'm going to run more unnecessary cables this way. And this one's going to prevent the whole thing from exploding. So reading from the heat system. Do I have my other wrench? Of course not. Reader. Splice. Constant. If the back input is greater than the side input, reactivate. No, if the back input is less than. So these cables are good up to 3,000. This entire system wants to function well below 1,000. So the temperature approaches, I don't know, 700, which is way too freaking much. Then we activate this cable, which connects to a heatsink. And that heatsink will need the other wrench to configure it for a large loss rate. So that'll vent heat from the system if it gets too high, like an emergency valve, which is exactly the intention. And now everything should be fine. As long as the Wii Warp keeps running. That goes up to 25C a tick, which is more than both of these can produce, and everything here will consume heat anyway. So now, let's try feeding the firebox again, and I left all my fuel upstairs. I should not be leaving the system unattended like this. I am running the risk of something going wrong and my cable melting again. But I am not a particularly bright person. Alright, it hasn't turned into lava yet. This needs to get to 100 before I feed it. This is just kind of running. Except there's nothing in here. I mean nothing. If this has been very slowly working, where is everything it's produced? Oh. Trapped at the end of this pipe. That explains a lot. Now I have crystallized soul clusters, as I'm supposed to. The formulation vats are attempting to run. System temperature is rising. This one's kind of balanced. Things are not quite going according to plan. It's mostly this heat reservoir's fault. So I'm going to have to push this other firebox. That sends the temperature up. We have temperature circuits here, flashing just as they should be. You can have your reservoir back to start slowing that down. That kills the entire system. That's fine, it'll fix itself. this thing still needs to go up. Heat cables are flashing again, which is exactly what I want them to do. You are at 90 and change, which means you should not be flashing. If I can get in the back, I can check that. Yep, we're still stable back here. Except its temperature refuses to go up to where I need it to be. Alright, it seems to slowly be getting there. Again, we are held back by the reservoir, which is intended to smooth out the system and make sure there are no spikes. Makes everything a lot more difficult, though. Still, 100 is a good enough temperature to run. That's 100%. Well, that's 80% efficient. Maybe not. We'll let it go higher. If it can. The vat's running nicely, though. And we are getting soul crystally cluster stuff in here, which I need for soul transients to get even more soul cluster stuff. What is hissing? This vat is beginning to be too hot. But only sometimes. The temperature it's connecting to is too high. So 98 is incorrect. Let's go down to 95. It's still too hot when it connects. $90. I don't care if it runs at peak speed. I just want it to stop breaking. And it still breaks and boils every time it connects to the main system, which isn't even all that hot. Well, I can go ahead and bring it down to 80. That'll slow it down, but that's fine. It'll still run without exploding. That means this one over here will also have to be 80, because it'll have the same problem. And that one still flickers way too high when it's on, so it needs its regulator. Alright. It flashes to 90 and briefly breaks 100. But the important thing is that we don't spike above 100 anymore. It just reaches mid-90s and change. Okay, try 82. '82 is good. 82 works. Main cables. Still not approaching emergency levels. That collector needs to go higher. Fireboxes having a bit of a fuel problem. I mean, not really. I have tons of fuel. I could just throw the stacks of fuel in there, but I don't want the system to become unstable. Oh, this is briefly flickering over 100 again. It's mostly stable at 82, but flashes over 120. That's not good. So I guess I gotta stick with 80. And the higher the main heat cable goes, the less tolerant these formulation vats are going to be. You are at 150 and change. Is that where I want you? Very much so. Oh, but you also spike. I saw that spike. You went over 200. Come on, don't lie to me. You went over 200. Okay, this thing is getting way too high. I think my emergency circuit is triggering. Yes, it is. The running temperature here is far too high. Fat collector needs to go down a bit. We'll say 150. But you need to come way down. The main system is way too hot, and the heat being pulsed into all the machines is way too high. But now we're cooking. Now we're cooking basically stable. I would love the formulation vats to run hotter. Maybe they can now, actually. With the main input heat having been reduced. I might not need to be as cautious. Because this still spikes over 100. How high do you go when you get reattached? Way too high, but only briefly. It's brief enough that it almost doesn't matter. Can I put a heat reader on a reservoir? Because that would make this all so much easier. Where's my book? This system is not ideal at the moment, but it functions. And it's delivering what I need. So let me go see if the heat reservoir says anything about putting a reader circuit on it. Because if it does, we can improve this greatly. Heat reservoir. Cables can connect to any side. It keeps temperature when broken. Pairs well with solar heaters. Doesn't say anything about having reader circuits on our heat reservoir. So I'll just have to try and cram one in somewhere and see if it works. I can fit one here for testing purposes. Except, again, I forgot the quartz. I can't make any circuits without quartz. Reader. It does read the heat reservoir temperature. That's perfect. That means I can read the reservoir directly, feed the reservoir with temperature, and the reservoir is significantly more stable. Which means I should be able to safely get a lot closer to the temperature I want these things to be. Except there's a little bit of loss involved. So the reservoir needs to be slightly hotter and the target. $100. This isn't the one I should be modifying. $101. The cable is 95 and 6-ish. That hovers around 90. 105. Now we're cruising. We can flicker up to 92. $110. Again, I really shouldn't be modifying this one. Why has it stopped? It's not above the temperature where it's supposed to stop. Something's not right here. Let's go back down to 105, which did work. And it runs. Alright, well, with that in mind, 105 is an excellent temperature to do what needs to be done here. It'll make everything run faster. I can also come down here. And this little problem can have its reservoir moved to the reader position. And 150 is basically where it wants to be. 150 is perfect. Everything has been fixed. Except for my Weezewort having died. But that's okay. Here, cooking up some nutrient stuff. I need more salt. That's going to be a problem. But you know what? The Weezewort Sterling looks like a great solution for infinite rotary power. Unfortunately, I'm out of salt. So, no more of this. And I don't want to fill my fat collector, I want the system to go cold. This can just keep running. It really doesn't matter. We have enough of this. This does things. Oh look, that's the Totem of Undying that I can just kind of make with this soul stuff. I can mill it into shards, which makes soul torches and campfires and things. It's also a void fuel, which seems kind of dangerous to me. I think I need another regulator on this, and an emergency sink, and a reader circuit, because we have learned that our setups over here are prone to melt, and this is a melt-prone setup. I should also bring my lava tank back up here. I should get some more copper. This iron should go in here. We're cooking copper now. And let me get some kind of container. Use this to put all the food in down here for the nutrient portion of the system. The fat collector produces liquid fat like nobody's business. I may want a bigger tank here, because there's more things we can do with liquid fat than just the fat collectors and nutrients here. Put it here so it doesn't interfere with, so it doesn't actually just go straight into here, because if this ever gets too hot, not that it will, or if it doesn't get hot enough, then it will either be inefficient or otherwise just bad. And bad is no good, as must be bleedingly obvious. But I want to replace this tank with a jumbo tank. Is this liquid fat stuff? I mean, it's liquid meat all over again, let's be honest. I have to fix this. Before it becomes a problem. So I send a reader here. But some of this needs to be moved around. Cable. Reservoir. So we send a signal. If the needed temperature is above the current temperature. So the back input is greater. That'll go to our redstone cable here. With a splice plate. And then the other side of things, which I think this gets into the mob cells. So if the firebox gets too hot, I'll have to connect it to a heatsink. We can do that further back here. But to do that, I will actually need the heatsink. At this rate, we'll be able to actually produce some cloning results next time. Which, oddly enough, will not be tomorrow. It may not be until Wednesday. Because I have a very interesting schedule coming up of various unpleasant conflicts. What the? 15 glass of all my glass? That's not acceptable. Mill more cobble into sand so I can have more glass. Tank 1. Tank 2. Tank 3. And tank 4. Which does not contain the liquid fat we've already produced. Well, that's not good. I guess I'm making... Oh, I don't have the glass. Give me glass. One more tank. Then we jumbo tank with the empty one. And heatsink. Glass and sand go back. More sand. Install the jumbo. I can't reach the liquid. I have my wrench. Yes, I do. Yes. Remove from this, put into jumbo. Why do you not do this? Pipes, why do you not do your job? All of the piping has simply ceased to function when I replace this tank. But why? All the pipe connectors are correct. The jumbo tank just doesn't want to tank. Excuse me. You are supposed to be proud to contain this. If I could just steal this tube for a second. There. That's what's supposed to happen. But this tube is not supposed to be full like that. It's supposed to go into the tank. Why does it not do that? Is the jumbo tank weirdly and stupidly inaccessible from the sides? Maybe. I guess I need to get more tubes to test this hypothesis. And I still need to make the emergency heatsink circuit. I'll hang out with that tank though. Could be useful. tube is full. Must be the bottom connector's twisted the wrong way. That happens a lot. Alright. Now it's happy to go in here. I am not happy with where that tank has to be. Embedded in the ground like that. But that's kind of where it needs to be. Because I don't have any other way to connect things without a bunch more tubes. And I kind of do. It would actually be slightly more efficient, I think. Give me a second. Reverse this tube. Steal all the tubes. Put a tube there. That tube goes here. As a question, yes, I can get tubes out of it. Why couldn't I get tubes into it? And that went into it too. So why didn't that work here? What is going on with this tank? Well, then if the tank works correctly, then I'll just tube it like so. And now we can reheat the system, get some food in. And everything will be fine. It's a little less ugly. Gotta replace this tube. Okay, grab some cobble to fill in that hole, and I'm ready. I even have tons of spare liquid fat to experiment with later. Because that gets into some things as well. Oh, the circuit. The heatsink circuit still needs to be done. So this is what we do it old style with a reader and an output. I put all the quartz away again. Reader. Splice. Lever. Sync. Constant. If the temperature is, if the back is greater than the side, but I have to go this way, so I still need 1 quartz again. This is dying because the wart hasn't grown again, which means our water pumping is kind of slowing down. So I want this to be active if side is greater than back. So if back is less than side, and this will, it's said in the book it never wants to be greater than like 100 and something. So we'll just set this to 200. If this cable ever goes over 200, then we vent the excess heat. You only need to be a certain level of heat. So this reader can pulse this connection, get heat into the incubator. This thing needs to be set for the lowest value. So the incubator is always fighting for heat a little bit. And this one needs to be set to a higher value, because if I need the emergency venting, it needs to be heat out now. And there we go. Emergency fail-safe regulations for all of our heat networks. A food melting network. Nutrient solution. So, step 1 with our cloning. We take a blood sample of something. Hope the wart is running so we can centrifuge it. The centrifuged blood sample goes all the way back upstairs to that little glass jar that was placed over by the beam network. I need to use a specific type of beam to strike things with lightning. have to look up what color beam that is, what material that requires. I also need to modify the blood sample while it's still in there. And once we have that, we can put the embryo in here to duplicate it, which may need additional ingredients if I upgrade the embryo too much. And these embryos get put in here with eggs, and they turn into spawn eggs. And I can use that to populate the prison. Very sad mob prison. We will have creatures that don't have brains and other debuffs that are easy to farm and kill. And that'll give us unlimited things like ender pearls, chicken, beef, leather, food forever. Now everything can well and truly be put away. Except the things I no longer have room for. I guess leather can go here. Wheezewort. Spare Wheezewort. Crystallized Soul Cluster. I'm going to need the book. Syringe. Blood pouch. Those are our statements of intent for next time. The Life Spark capsule. Need to be struck with lightning. Such as a charge beam. Charge is yellow. Charge turns zinc into redstone. So that is power 16, and I fuel it with coal. Or charcoal. Permanent potion effects, like sedating, and soul transients. Soul transients. No, it's not soul transients. It is. Where are we looking for? Sedation. Neutralization. It's the soul cluster things. The soul cluster things can make immortal clones. Where was that again? Respawning. Cloning starts, blood sampling to be processed, centrifuge, embryos spoil, clones of clones, nutrient vat. Is that where it is? Cloning embryo is free unless it has special traits. Each permanent potion effect requires one mutagen. Respawning requires a soul cluster. That's what we're looking for. So I need one of these to make a mob respawning, and then another one to copy an embryo that has the respawning trait. And then I need mutagen, smelted mushroom, to be able to make permanent the sedation effect. So potions of sedation need to be made. Not these splash ones. Those are for other purposes. Nope, I should harvest some nether wart. It is the fractal nature of tasks. Every time I think I'm done, there's something else that needs doing. We also got some of these. Infernal bulbs for more Roots Classic things. Don't know what to do with these now. We'll stick them in here for now. You know, there's also the brewing vat here, which if I could get more temperature regulation on it, could work at double speed. That would be interesting. I could mass produce these far more easily and far more rapidly. But is that kind of acceleration necessary? It's the wrong question, of course. Is anything I do necessary? No. I'm just a lunatic. Alright, the way is prepared for mutagenic nonsense. I will not be back until Wednesday to play with all this stuff. But when Wednesday comes, we can start making our first fancy clones. Our immortal, stupefied, probably Endermen, honestly. That's the obvious first choice. And these things are the perfect fuel for running fireboxes. Just leave them there. And here's our statement of intent. Potions of sedation, blood pouch and syringe. I should probably have more blood pouches, in case we find new things we want to clone and harass. And we'll be populating the prison. And that'll be Wednesday. So, see you next time. Until then.